to the crease, and he gets off the mark immediately, or gets the total off the mark immediately. I think it's a leg by signal down the leg side. So you're very welcome along to today's coverage live on Action Sports HD around the world on the Crick Tracker YouTube channel, also with our partners down in India at Fan Code. Andrew Leonard here with you again, and delighted to welcome my co-commentator for the morning for the power play session. That's Avash Gamire. Avash, good morning to you.
Good morning, Andrew, and what a good start to Nepal's game today. Innocent Kaya, the scorer of 48 runs, not out innings that was yesterday, the winning innings we can say, has been dismissed without adding any total. The scoreline on the first ball of the day by that man right there, Karan Casey. Capable of turning the game around, Karan. Looks a bright sunny Saturday morning here at Kirtipur.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see as KC just drifts down the leg side through the Bandari, will be signalled as a wide. Will we see the same fireworks at the top of the order as is his natural game from Sefas Saveo? Really enjoyable little cameo yesterday as he went at it right away from ball one. But it's a different task opening the batting at these early starts, 9:30 AM local time. The assistance you tend to get comes in the first 10 to 15 overs, the two new balls. But what a dream start, and no surprise to see it's Karan KC. He's going to continue with his aggressive styles, highly entertaining to watch. For Nepal, does this make yesterday's slightly strange bowling decisions at the top of the innings all the more bizarre, given how impressive Karan KC's begun here?
Yeah, that might be the reason Nepal could not add up a decent total, and Sandeep wanted all his bowlers to bowl and try their luck, maybe.
You'd imagine that KC, with all his experience, is exactly who you want with the new ball in hand, particularly at this ground where he's played so much cricket, and he is so effective, of course, taking that hat-trick quite recently. Himself and Sampal Kami, highly effective. No sign of Dipender Singh Airi with the ball yesterday either. That was a bit of a surprise too. There was plenty of different things tried by Lamachani, and despite the fact they took the 7 wickets, it was still a reasonably heavy defeat.
Yeah, that was disappointing for Nepali team, but the batting side did not do that well. The total target was not pretty defendable. In that case, Nepal lost the match, but they pulled the match in between. At the end, they couldn't get that total wicket. As Andy said yesterday, 3 wickets needed, and it remained that way.
Beautifully bowled, just risen sharply from back length. We saw a bit of that yesterday from Karan KC, which is the steepling bounce that gets us to the end of the first over. It's 2 for 1. Sandeep Lamachani to open from this pavilion end like he did yesterday. Bowled 9 overs unchanged in match number 1 in the series. Might be a few tired bodies out there as well, as Lamachani does his best left arm spinner impression. I think Rohit Paudal's going to have a go now as well. Not sure either of those would make the cut in terms of getting a bowl in a proper game. So it'll be Sampal Kami, Karan KC's great pal, to open up the bowling from the pavilion end. These two highly experienced in all formats really for Nepal, and surely the regular new ball pairing.
Sandeep has smile on his face today as well. He was just having fun yesterday, even during the post-match. A good gesture by the captain, keeping the team's morale up despite of the loss. What does Sompal has to offer in this match now? Another wicket will put Zimbabwe A on pressure.
Yeah, one of the interesting things for me, Bashir Ahmed in the team, I know he wasn't originally named in the 50 overs squad, but he's certainly in and around the team here, and there's no restrictions with this being a home hosted bilateral series. There's no restrictions in terms of the number of players that Pabudi Dasanayake can make use of, and I just wondered, would he like a look at Bashir Ahmed in the longer format to see whether or not he might be an option for that squad that's going to go to Texas. So impressive in the 20 over version, surely might have been a good chance to take a look at the young 18-year-old in the 50 over version.
Yeah, absolutely. As we can clearly see, the coach has been experimenting with young players, and since this squad has, we can say, converted into a young squad mixed with a little bit of experience, and especially players like Vinod Bhandari coming in today, we can see players like him going a long way.
Probably suspect that Bhandari is going to be in the mix for the squad for Texas. It'd be very rare you take just a one gloveman, even though the ICC limits those squads in Cricket World Cup League 2 to 14 players. What Nepal have quite often done on these tours is they've actually taken 16. Now that's 2 travelling reserves. That kind of started through the COVID pandemic, really. More and more often you saw sides coming with travelling reserves, understandably, just to make sure that all bases were covered in case of any positive cases. This one's hit straight to the cover fielder. I'd imagine they'll go with 16 again. I think it'd be very unlikely that you take just one gloveman in Asif Sheikh in that, so surely Bhandari will be in the mix. Probably under him for 1 or maybe 2 left-arm spinners. Sushan Bari won't have done himself any favours yesterday. Sagar Dakal bowled quite nicely, but I just would have liked to have seen a little bit of Bashir Ahmed in this longer format.
Absolutely. The way that he's been brought into the team, he has to be given more and more opportunities. And talking about another player that has come into the squad today, Sunil Dhamala. He made a debut against Kenya in 2017, and he's playing for Nepal after almost 5 years, so we can say that after 5 long years.
What a money to start with this morning. Yeah, Dhamala certainly has really forced his way back in through a pretty decent streak of form in the 50 over game. Domestically, some good stuff for the Police Club, who he's played for throughout that competition last year. That's the Kathmandu Mayor's Cup, where he went pretty well. Didn't do anything of note in the T20 format in the Everest Premier League for the Pokhara Rhinos. He'll be more suited to the 50 over format than the shortest international format. And the leg side, really sharp movement and late movement as well. If he can get that right in and around a 5th stump line outside the left-hander's off stump, that'll be pretty devastating.
Five dot balls and a wide. Could have been a maiden for Sompal. Decided to pull down the leg side.
Cut away, but straight to the man. So just the wide from the over. 2 gone. It's 3 for 1.
चुनी बनायो जसले सेन्चुरी मसला नाम दियो शुद्धताले भरिएको छ स्वादै स्वादले घेरिएको यो सेन्चुरी मसला स्वास्थ्यबाट थरिएको हरेक खानाको स्वाद बढाउँछ गृहिणीको खुसी
Karen KC will continue from the Chobar end. The fans just starting to drift in. Lazy start to the Saturday morning. Come on, if you're in Kathmandu or anywhere in the valley, going to see a really entertaining clash as Nepal try to square the series in the return of that man who's just fielded the ball to the national side. That's Sunil Damala. Someone you know reasonably well yourself, Avash, from your time with the Pakara Rhinos.
Yeah, Sunil was a young player at that time, almost four years ago when we started working together. He was part of the team as a player, I was a part of the team as a management, and this guy just has this positive attitude towards the game and his teammates, and really humble and gentle person.
Big swing and a miss. And if you look at that one, Zawayo's bat twisting in his hand, the technique. When he misses out, it looks pretty ugly, doesn't it? But it can be mighty effective if he gets going. If we can get a look at the replay of that, this hasn't missed off stump by much at all.
Close call. The smile on Karan's face said it all. The expression of the bowler. But positive signs for Nepal in these early minutes of the game.
Clubbed again, but straight to the mid-on fielder who feels pretty well. Asif Sheikh obviously does keep wicket, but he's a good outfielder too. He probably saved maybe not just a single, but he could well have saved 4 runs here. Good work at mid-on from Asif Sheikh.
Zimbabwe A still haven't scored any runs off the bat. The runs that have come are all by extras. Both batsmen in pressure. Both batsmen, 7 deliveries faced each and no runs scored. Good pressure for Pal in the early overs. Karan continuing.
Sort of wide Yorker, and I'm not sure this is even close to a wide. I'd really like to see this one again. I think this is well inside the guidelines, and Karen KC, I don't think it's a wry smile he has. It's a very perplexed smile. This one, to my eyes, looked to be 6 to 9 inches inside that wide guideline. Yes, it was too full, but I'm not sure whether it should have been given as an extra.
Maybe the reason that the ball went really far from the batsman wasn't able to hit that one.
Clubbed, and we're going to see some runs off the bat, and it's going to come in the most stylish swashbuckling of styles from Safasaveo. It's going to fly all the way for 11 Sports Super 6 over extra cover. There's a little flash, Christopher Henry Gale to this one. An almighty strike from the big left-hander. It's gone all the way for 6.
What a way to start your innings. Hit a 6 right away after 7 dot balls. Finally, runs coming off the bat. A bit of pressure will be relieved from the Zimbabwe inside now, given that they've lost the first wicket on the first ball of the match. Their previous games match winner was dismissed without putting any runs on the board. 2 more balls to go. 7 runs already given by Karan in this over.
Worked into the leg side, won't be able to pierce the infield this time. Yeah, he just goes along with his own style, doesn't he? The 37-year-old Safasaveo. A few scattered appearances for the international team there in the African. His ODI appearances are actually spread over more than a decade between 2008 and 2018, but I just wonder, are they bringing him here to Nepal to actually have a look at him, maybe in the shortest format? I know he didn't play in the T20s, but he was late arriving. Originally the T20s were supposed to be the second of these two series. The heavy rain meant that they had to be switched around. I just wonder, are they thinking about him for the T20 World Cup qualifier there in a couple of months' time in Harare? Get to the end of the third over, it's 10 for 1. Sampal Kami going to continue. I suspect these two with the new ball are going to be very important next month in Texas. Tend to be pretty good batting wickets at the stadium, just about 20 minutes south of Houston, and they're quite Caribbean in style. The curator's actually originally from the Caribbean. Won't be a huge amount of grass on those wickets, but they will play pretty true. Spinners will come into it more and more later in the series, but I suspect these two with the new ball, with all their experience, Sampal Kami and Karen KC, going to be critically important in those 4 one-day internationals in Cricket World Cup League 2.
Absolutely. The experience these two players carry is quite enough for Nepal to win any match at any given point. And even if you talk about today, if we set aside the 6 runs scored by Zuao, they've done a pretty decent job, kept the batsmen at bay, taken an early wicket. Now they need to get 1 or 2 more wickets in their spell before they let other bowlers.
That's a nice shot. The first boundary from Aramani. Lovely way to get off the mark. Zuao gets off the mark with 11 Sports Super 6, and this is a glorious Super 4. An extra cover drive and a little TV time for our hospital partner, Frontline Hospital. Lovely cover drive, this one.
Sound the ball produced when it hit the bat was a delight to the batsman's ears, and what a relief will it be for the batsman the way he scored that. Now the two batsmen willing to play comfortably, taken off the pressure. They've absorbed the pressure, and now it's all for Sombal to put it back in these batters.
Pretty good piece of fielding in the deep as well by one of our medical staff on call, the official health partner of the Cricket Association of Nepal. Here doing their work, and really nice to see the fans starting to come in. Just a reminder, if you are anywhere in the valley, it is just 150 rupees, great value for a full day of action. And what else would you like to do on the most glorious Saturday you could imagine? Perfect picture postcard scenes here in Kathmandu. Perfect cricketing weather, probably about 24, 25 degrees, not too hot. And Paresh Lahani has guaranteed us that there's a 0% chance of rain, were his exact words. So we're set fair for a full entertaining day of cricket. That's going to be given as a wide, surely far too short. The climate at this time of year, it was pretty unseasonal rains we had last week. Generally it should be good cricketing weather.
I'm hoping for a game, or let's say the remaining games won't be affected by rain, because especially the weather of Kathmandu, you never trust the weather of Kathmandu, especially pre-monsoon time. It's totally unexpected when it's going to rain or when it's going to be a sunny day.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled. And Sampal Kami is convinced, and the umpire's finger goes up. Took his time to give the decision. Kami hasn't even looked back. He's gone Stuart Broad on the celeb appeal, and he's gone sprinting past Maramani. I wonder, was it just maybe a flick of the glove, a simple catch through to Binod Bandari? And it was interesting to see the umpire look at his square leg colleague, maybe just for an affirmation. Let's take a look. Yeah, just a shoulder of the bat, not glove. I'm not sure why he took so long to give it out, but Sampal Kami, not even an appeal, just a celebration.
Confident about the sound that he heard from the bat hitting the ball. The umpire took some time, but eventually gave marching orders, and now the second wicket falls for Zimbabwe.
Yeah, Manjul Badarai and Ram Yadav have got that decision right together. That'll get us the second wicket, and it's Maramani gone for 4. It's 15 for 2.
ताले भरिएको सिन
Two early wickets, the dream start. This is a second to fall, just a little feel, wasn't it, from Maramani. The last second you could see his hands just searching for the ball, and you can always get yourself in trouble. You've got to hold your line as a batsman. You can't follow the ball, particularly when there's a little bit of early movement. And beautifully bowled by Sampal Kami. We're watching that one on loop for a reason. The perfect line, the perfect length, and the second wicket falls.
In slow motion we can see the ball drifting away after it hit the bat. It couldn't be seen in the real time action. The batsman was still on the crease. I think the umpire, when he gave him the marching orders, the umpire wanted the batsman to march down to the pavilion.
End of the fourth, 15 for 2. So Zoeo is going to continue with his hugely aggressive play, and he's going to get a boundary. He'll move to double figures down past the third man fielder Sagar Dakal across to his right. It's dug in by Karen KC, and Zoeo is going to throw the kitchen sink at any sort of width or anything short, and he'll get good reward with a Gaia Super 4.
What a way to score a boundary. He's scored a 6 and now a boundary to take his tally to 10 runs. Pressure on Karan. Well bowled. This time close to the batter, not allowing him any room or space. Good start by Nepal, Andrew, today.
Yeah, certainly I prefer this approach from Nepal, going with their most experienced seamers at the top. Don't get a huge number of overs where the white balls, there's 2 new balls and use in all games played in this 50 over format. Essentially we're playing under ODI regulations here in this List A clash. Big swing and a miss, given as a wide. Karen KC is getting the harsh end of the stick on some of the white balls here. And certainly when you only have 5 or 6 overs of movement at most from each of the 2 new white balls, you want to make use of that when you've got the experience of KC and Kami. Yesterday, Lamachani went to himself, possibly because with only 130 on the board, he said, I've got to make use of my overs. He did bowl nicely, picked up 2 wickets, but I just prefer this conventional approach at the top of the order. This one's hit and straight to the mid-on fielder. This is the problem with Zaveo. He goes at everything. Probably not the greatest delivery, just angling into Zaveo, but all he's been able to do is pick out the mid-on fielder, and he's going to hit himself in the helmet with the bat. That's how disappointed he is. 3 wickets down inside 5 overs.
10 runs off 13 balls, 1 6 and a boundary, and he departs. Tried to go long over the fielder, but couldn't middle it well. Straight into the hands of the fielder, was waiting for the catch inside the circle.
Yeah, good juggling catch from Asif Sheikh. Zaveo's gone for 10. It's 20 for 3. The skipper to the crease, number 5. He's in a lot sooner than he would have liked. Tony Munyanga made such an impact in that T20 series. In fact, he was the player of the series, really, just thanks to 1 innings. 7 sixes he smoked in a 21-ball 50. That got Zimbabwe A off to the perfect start in this historic first ever visit to Kathmandu for the Zimbabwean cricket side. Big appeal. And just angling down, is it? Karen KC, I reckon he felt this was really close. We're going to need a second look. But the umpire, he's unmoved.
It seemed like the ball was running down leg stump.
Yeah, well, Sandeep Lamachani and Asif Sheikh just need to be a little bit careful as well. Captain's allowed to speak to the umpire, but Asif Sheikh should just leave him alone. And a handshake from Lamachani in apology. Can we get a replay of this? Let's take a look. I'm not going to be able to tell from that. Would like to see once more. I think Tony Munyanga was pretty concerned. Again, we can't tell from that replay. We'll see if we can bring you a full replay to tell how close this was. Might need to be after this ball. Let's see if we can get the team working on a full replay of that previous delivery.
Maybe the bowler thought the ball would hit at least the top of the leg stump. But the umpire had the thoughts.
Yeah, he's bowled really nicely, isn't he, Karen KC? 2 for 13 he has. See if we can get a look at this replay. Just having a few technical issues right now. See if we can bring that to you. Might need to be after this over. Yeah, just got a second look on my monitor in front of me. I think a pretty good decision, angling down the leg side. End of the 5th, it's 20 for 3.
सेंचुरी मसाला स्वस्थ बटक हरी को हर एक खाना को स्वाद बड़ा
शुद्धताले भरिएको
So yeah, not able to bring you a look at that replay of that big LBW shot. We can confirm it was definitely missing leg. Very good decision. As we see Agar super four clipped away into the leg side, just into the official photographer's tent, and just Cami strain in line down the leg side.
Well timed shot. A little bit of missed time. Could have been the bowling team been appealing for that. Well played shot for the boundary. This might be Sompal's last over of the spell. It's already taken a wicket.
I would have thought they'll keep him going for more than 3 overs at the top. Imagine these two might bowl unchanged through the power play. One of the surprises for me as well, no signs of the experienced Bikram Saab in the team today. Very difficult, isn't it, for, if you look at trying to select a squad for Texas, you think of this 16-player ODI squad that they've selected, with also the addition of Bashir Ahmed in and around the team, whether he's officially in the 50-over squad or not. I don't think it's been announced, but no sign of Dev Kanal yet. No sign of Kishore Mahato, Adil Ansari. At least Sunil Damal has got his chance today, but pretty difficult to make calls on player selection if you don't get at least maybe 1 or 2 outings here against Zimbabwe A.
Yeah, especially talking about Bikram Saab, he has been in and out of the team at regular time. Totally committed bowler. Gives everything to the team. Brings a positive mindset and attitude. Still not a regular in the Nepal national team yet.
Quite like him as a 50-over bowler, Bikram Saab. Looks like the kind of guy who would have had a really successful English county career with a red ball. You could see him really enjoying the seamer-friendly conditions there. He's a big, strong action, very repeatable. No great pace, probably only mid-70 miles an hour. As the fans starting to come in, and nice to see the Nepal shirts filling the banks as well. Just another reminder, it's just 150 rupees if you do want to come in and join us. And hopefully build up for one of the biggest crowds of the series today on Super Saturday, game number 2. Home side trying to square the series. And they're off to the perfect start pretty much.
Yeah, good start to Nepal's bowling today. And especially given the conditions, if we remember about yesterday, Andrew, the view from the commentary box had pretty black and dark clouds, but today the weather looks really amazing. The air quality index is also pretty fine.
Only one man to thank for that, surely. Paresh Tony Lahani getting it done with the weather gods. Don't know what he did last night. He must have slept well to bring the sunshine to Kathmandu. Good tight over apart from the stray down the leg side from the first ball. 5 dots to follow it up. 6 gone. It's 24 for 3. Catch a free ride now on Gyre, only on the match days during the Nepal versus Zimbabwe A series. If you book a ride on Gyre, Nepal's premium ride-sharing app, you're going to get it for free if you book a TU International Cricket Ground to come and watch the game. Deals, they don't get much better than that. Book it only now. It's a beautiful scene at the TU International Cricket Ground. The bank's just gradually starting to get the fans streaming in. You can see up the top of your screen. A bit early, isn't it? 9:30 a.m. This one's going to be too high. Just a stifled appeal. There's just a bit of niggle, isn't there, between Karen KC and the umpire. He's probably had 2 pretty harsh wide calls, and to go alongside it, there's been 2 very ambitious LBW appeals from the big fast bowler.
Oh, we've gone above or somewhere outside the leg stump. Decent appeal. Smiling captain, smiling bowler. thanks to the 3 early wickets by Nepal. Roy and Tony batting. Roy got a boundary in the last over of Sompal's first delivery, and the remaining were the dot balls.
Nicely bowled, and again sharp late movement. You always want late movement, and if you're wondering what that is, it means that the ball is bowled with a trajectory where it starts to shape away at the end of the delivery, not early from the hand, but towards the batter's arc of his stroke, and that can be very dangerous. I think the likes of James Anderson, who's an absolute master at it, may appear to come straight out of the hand at first, and then it's that late swing away, and we get it away from the right hander. And oh dear, we've just had a bit of an incident here at the non-strikers end, because poor old Roy Kaya is, I'm not sure whether you want to see this. He's ill, violently ill. There's been a few famous instances of this in the subcontinent in particular, where somebody's gone down with food poisoning or kind of a tummy bug. But that was very violent, wasn't it? And he's been comforted by Asif Sheikh. That's lovely to see. I think he might well have ended up vomiting there. Not exactly sure how it came about. He looked absolutely fine. Maybe just not feeling well. There's that late movement. You can see just tailing away, isn't it, from the right hander. We'll keep you posted on how Kaya is. He may well, he looks in a real spot of bother here, doesn't he? Oh no. I think we're probably best not looking at this for the moment. For those of you who are a little squeamish, or maybe you had a few beers on your Friday night, not what you want to see. Can only think it's maybe something to do with a little bit of a tummy bug or some tummy trouble. It can be difficult for sides coming in and touring here in the likes of the subcontinent, in India, in Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan.
Yes, especially here in Kathmandu, because of the altitude Kathmandu sits in. A lot of athletes, not just cricket, other athletes also have a problem with the my God, why it's so
acclimatise, I think,
exactly,
is the word you're
so
looking for there, mate.
A problem for them to acclimatise.
So we're going to have a break in play. We'll go out to an ad break in a moment, but we'll take a quick look at the bowling figures. 3 wickets to fall. We'll probably be back in play in 2 or 3 minutes' time. There's just a few liquids and some tablets being taken by the non-striker. It's 24 for 3.
Catch a free ride now on Gyre, only on the match days during the Nepal vs Zimbabwe A series. If you book a ride on Gyre, Nepal's premium ride-sharing app, you're going to get it for free if you book it to the TU International Cricket Ground to come and watch the game. Deals, catch a free ride now on Gyre, only on the match days during the Nepal vs Zimbabwe A series. If Nepal's premium ride-sharing app, you're going to get it for free if
whistled. He's at a day he wants to forget. He's been pretty violently ill at the non-striker's end, and now I think he's lost his leg stump that's been knocked back by a absolute piece of brilliance from Sampal Kami.
What a wonderfully swung ball by Sampal. We were just talking about how good they are bowling today, and look at the line and length. He's just got pitch perfect. The batsman had no clue about it, how the ball's gonna swing. Completely came inside the batsman, between the bat and the pad, and that sight for the bowler is perfect.
Yeah, it's nipped back, hasn't it, off the pitch. We'll just have one more quick look at it. It's an old-fashioned nip backer, as Bumble Lloyd used to say. Not the angle we want to see, but it's the middle stump that's been pegged back, going too deep in his crease and being beaten by the movement off the pitch. So Kaya is gone for 4, and the score is 24 for 4.
Catch a free ride now on Gyre, only on the match days during the Nepal vs Zimbabwe A series. If you book a ride on Gyre, Nepal's premium ride sharing app, you're going to get it for free if you book it to the TU International Cricket Ground to come and watch the game. Deals, they don't get much better than that. Book it only now on Gyre.
Keeper batter Clive Madande to the crease at number 6. Zimbabwe in all sorts of bother. This one's worked into the leg side. Just wonder why John O'Campbell's been moved down a slot. I know he only made 5 yesterday, but he looked pretty gathered and collected in his technique and ended up running himself out. Why would they have held him back? Surely a left-hand right-hand combination would be good for Zimbabwe, and the left-hander would have complemented Tony Munyanga nicely.
Yeah, Clive coming in right now, he can actually offer teams some stability. Maybe that's the reason. They've already lost 4. It's the 8th over running, and their 6th man is out there batting. So that might be the reason for now for Clive to come in and steady the innings for a while.
It's a bit strange not to see John O'Campbell. He's a young man who comes with a good reputation, particularly in the 50 over game, the son of Alistair Campbell. Thought we would have seen him at number 6, but instead it's the keeper batter Clive Madande. There is batting to come. I think the next 3 in the order, particularly Campbell will be in at 7. You'd imagine maybe Luke Jongwe at 8, and then we saw the big hitting levers that Brad Evans possesses yesterday at 9. But after that, it's really just 2 bowlers to come. So there is still some hope for Zimbabwe A. But they've got to get through a tricky period here with some high-quality fast bowling from the 2 veterans of this attack, KC and Kami.
They need a good partnership now, these 2 batsmen. If they are to cross the 200 runs mark, they look in deep trouble. Just like Nepal lost early wickets in the first 10 overs yesterday in the first match. It's Zimbabwe A now in that same position, given a bit of a taste of their own medicine. Can we say that?
It's been a seesaw series. Things have ebbed and flowed in both formats. Nepal were beaten out of sight in the first game before squaring the series in comprehensive fashion. They look like they might square this 50 over series today. 8 gone, it's 25 for 4.
Catch a free ride now on Gyre, only on the match days during the Nepal vs Zimbabwe A series. If you book a ride on Gyre, Nepal's premium ride sharing app, you're going to get it for free if you book it to the TU International Cricket Ground to come and watch the game. Deals, they don't get much better than that. Book it only now on
Magnificent stuff this morning. Tremendous from both KC and Kami. I can't split them, in fact. They complement each other beautifully because they're 2 very different bowlers, even though they're both bowling right arm medium fast. KC comes in and hits the deck, doesn't he, and can get that steepling bounce, which not many Nepali bowlers have got historically. And then Kami, he surprises people with how quick and how skiddy he is. Very different but very effective in tandem.
Both bowlers are trying to utilize the condition of the pitch today. As Paresh mentioned in the pitch report, there's some green grass out there, and the bounce we've seen today and the swing in these early stages, the bowlers are doing quite a good job, taking 2 wickets each. Current bowling now to Clive. The umpire stops the match for some reason.
There's been a bit going on between the umpire and Karen KC today. He's almost clotheslined him there, isn't he? I'm not sure what he's indicating. This is the reason he pulled out. But lovely to see the fans starting to drift in pretty good numbers, and I think someone's even got the air horn out as well, and a few little birds as well. That's a beauty again. I think he's played at this, Madande. He's going to claim that he's left it at the last minute, but he was in no position to play it. It's a real examination of the techniques of the Zimbabwe A batters, and they are failing the test right now.
The way Karan is bowling today, and even Sompal, the Zimbabwe A batsmen are finding it pretty quiet to read their deliveries. Wonderful bowling scenes by Nepal today. A good comeback. Till now we can say 9th over running, 4 wickets already gone for Zimbabwe. Karan looking for his 3rd wicket.
And that's going to be number 5. Karen KC was all over Madande. Didn't know what was going on out there. Completely exposed with flaws in his technique outside the off stump. The back coming down at various crooked angles, and it just felt like it was a matter of time, and it was. Karen KC, he's on fire.
Clive Madande departs for just 1 run out of 4 balls. And if we talk about Karan's bowling today, just in this over, the previous ball was an outswing, and this swung in to the batsman, caught him by surprise, and inside edge to the wicket. Lucky there, but another wicket for Karan KC.
Madande is gone for 1. It's 25 for 5.
Catch a free ride now on Gyre, only on the match days during the Nepal versus Zimbabwe A series. If you book a ride on Gyre, Nepal's premium ride-sharing app, you're going to get it for free if you book it to the TU International Cricket Ground to come and watch the game. Deals, they don't get much better than that. Book it only now.
So it'll be John O'Campbell in down at number 7, the all-rounder. Haven't seen his leg spin yet. And he's going to get off the mark immediately. Be a good test of his technique, but from what we saw in his brief innings yesterday, he looks to be a really nicely collected player, very composed in his technique, plays the ball very late, which some of his Zimbabwean colleagues haven't seemed to do, particularly this morning.
Yeah, you were talking about the left hand right hand combination, and now we have that combination to see. Jonathan in his yesterday scored just 5 runs before he was run out. That directed by Karan KC, his bowling to Jonathan.
And it's Tony Munyanga on strike, and beaten all ends up again. But at least what Munyanga's doing, setting out a line and he's playing that line. If he's going to be beaten by the movement that Karen KC is exploiting in this first power play, that's okay. The issue for Madande was his technique was horribly exposed. 3 back-to-back deliveries, the bat was coming down at an angle, in incorrect positions, and he's been outskilled by Karen KC. 13 dots now from Munyanga, real pressure on the Zimbabwe A captain. Just have to get through this difficult period with the 2 new balls. And he will get off the mark with a clip into the leg side. He's timed it pretty well and he'll pick up a couple of runs. It's going to close out the 9th over. Score moves to 28 for 5.
Catch a free ride now on Gyre, only on the match days during the Nepal vs Zimbabwe A series. If you book a ride on Gyre, Nepal's premium ride-sharing app, you're going to get it for free if you book it to the TU International Cricket Ground to come and watch the game. Deals, they don't get much better than that. Book it only now on Gyre. Catch a free ride now on Gyre, only on the match days during the Nepal vs Zimbabwe A series. If you book a ride on Gyre, Nepal's premium ride-sharing app, you're going to get it for free if you book it to the TU International Cricket Ground to come and watch the game. Deals, they don't get much better than that. Book it only now on Gyre.
Final over to the power play. And huge rebuilding task ahead of Zimbabwe A. John O'Campbell and Tony Munyanga are going to be the pair that will try to do it. For me, there's been a little bit of interest from the 2 seamers in terms of the assistance they're getting from the pitch, but there hasn't been anything extravagant. They've both bowled excellently, but surely it's not a 28 for 5 wicket.
Absolutely. All credit goes to the bowlers, the way they bowled today, and restricted not just the batsmen but even the run flow. Times short but well fielded, not allowing the ball to leave the
A nice square drive from Campbell. I just wonder whether he'll be the one to lead this rebuilding effort. He's waited a long time to get into this Zimbabwean A side. Didn't play in any of the 3 T20s. We just saw him sub-fielding a few times. And brought into the team yesterday just after he flicked away his first boundary, ran himself out from the very next delivery. Cammy going to come around the wicket now. And the one benefit for Campbell of the top order devastation, he's got a lot of time to bat, more than 40 overs to set out his stall as to why he deserves higher honours in the future.
This is eyeing for the national team, a young lad of 24 years old, a bright prospect, and he needs to prove it, and this is a perfect time for him to prove his class. Given the situation his team is in right now, losing 5 early wickets inside the first 10 overs.
I think one thing that's going to disappoint both sides is the application. Nepal yesterday lost 5 wickets in the power play, number 1, in the first 10 overs. Zimbabwe A have done the exact same. Yes, it's a 9:30 AM start. Yes, yesterday in particular there was some reasonably extravagant movement through the air with the helpful atmospheric conditions, but today, I'm not saying the bowling hasn't been really impressive, it has. Cammy and KC are outstanding international quality operators, and they've been close to their very best today, but the application from the batters, it's been pretty poor from both sides yesterday morning and today this morning. And Karen KC had a shocking decision for a wide, and I think Sampal Kami's just had one too. No idea how the arms have been outstretched here.
Some decisions from the umpire's angle. So umpire trying to invite the batsman to play that shot to get him caught behind. 4 dots and a wide.
Left alone, watchful from Campbell. We haven't seen much of that. We haven't seen much application in terms of being willing to get through a difficult patch. Very different sports, the T20 game and the 50 overs format. I keep on saying this, they're growing ever further apart. You have to take 2 completely different approaches as a batting unit. With the 2 new white balls, the 50 over game has evolved. It's not the same game as 2015 when sides at the Cricket World Cup in Australia and New Zealand were crossing not just 300 but 400 regularly. It's a really good battle between bat and ball. We'll have a commentary change after this. 10 gone. It's 25.
Catch a free ride now on Gyre, only on the match days during the Nepal vs Zimbabwe A series. If you book a ride on Gyre, Nepal's premium ride-sharing app, you're going to get it for free if you book it to the TU International Cricket Ground to come and watch the game. Deals, they don't get much better than that. Book it only now on Gyre.
So the change of the commentary box, we'll see me, Andrew Leonard, stay with you, and we'll have Avesh replaced by Paresh Lahani. Paresh, very good morning to you, my friend.
Yeah, good morning, Larry. A very sorry looking scorecard for Zimbabwe A, and it was a very good toss to win by Sandeep Lamichhane.
I'll agree with you, it's a good toss to win, Paresh, but surely there hasn't been any demons in the pitch to the extent that Zimbabwe A should have lost 5 wickets in that first power play.
Yeah, the bowlers, I mean, Karan Casey and Sompal Kami, they bowled very well in the right areas from the start. From the first ball, Karan, he bowled. There was some green live grass on the wicket, either side of the wicket in the good length area. They exploited that.
So nearly the 6th wicket. This one's just kept a little low. Very well taken, in fact, by Binod Bandari behind the stumps. And how is this one missed, Paresh?
Well, the ball stayed very low. I think it was shin high. And Zimbabwe A in deep, deep trouble. Half the side already back to the pavilion in just 11th over. And the run rate is also not that good. I think it's a very good bowling, a disciplined bowling attack by these 2 bowlers, the strike bowlers of the national side of Nepal.
Beautifully bowled again, right on the money. Manyonga just holds his line. How important are these 2 to Nepali cricket? You think about Karan Casey and Sompal Kami, both in their late 20s. Been around international cricket for a long time, and how big a loss were they in Oman during that T20 World Cup qualifier for them both to miss out?
Yes, that was very disappointing for the national team, and you can see the last ball, the shape that Karan is getting, outside off stump, moving away. He tends to bowl in cutters like a weapon. That is why he got out one of the batsmen. Again, hitting the deck very hard. Some hard lengths he's bowling at.
He just looks in a lovely rhythm today as well. It's a word that bowling coaches talk about a lot, rhythm. And it's almost impossible to define how to get rhythm outside of just continuing to train and get yourself honed with that muscle memory that you want, whether you're a spin bowler or a fast bowler. But just everything looks to be working in perfect unison today for Karan Casey. Can't really remember a single bad delivery he's bowled. And it's a lovely spell, isn't it? 3 for 16 into his 6th Would you be tempted to keep him going and just give him a 7th, given how well he is bowling?
Well, if I was the captain, I would definitely go for 1. And even before the match, he was in a very good rhythm while practicing. I was there, looking at him bowl, and he was in very good rhythm since then.
It's a funny word, isn't it? Because it's almost impossible to define how to get into rhythm, but you can certainly tell. This is the perfect example. Look at, not just from his run-up, but right the way through his delivery, everything's working in perfect unison. And as a consequence, he's been right on the money from almost every delivery that he's bowled. It's another maiden, back-to-back maidens, I believe, from Karen KC. Certainly his second of the day, 11 gone. It's been all Nepal this morning, 29 for 5.
Strong connection built, strong relation. Uninterrupted connection. Uninterrupted learning. Non-stop communication. Non-stop uploading. Non-stop downloading. Faster streaming. Faster gaming. Do whatever you think, because this is Dish Home FiberNet.
So Sampal Kami's going to continue for his 6th. We are seeing a few of the bowlers, the other bowlers, just starting to limber up. Sagar Dakal mid-on. It's a nice square drive. I think the backward point fielder just got a hand on it, which has probably saved 3 runs. It'll only be a single to Campbell, but just maybe half a stop from Sunil Damal at backward point.
Yeah, maybe he got a hand to it, and you can see that Campbell played it so late into the gap. Yeah, he looks like a very compact batsman, plays the ball late, tries to play it on the gaps.
He's very organised, isn't he? And you'd expect no less if your dad is not just an international cricketer, but probably one of Zimbabwean's finest ever test cricketers. He's got a great record, his dad, Alistair Campbell. 60 appearances in test cricket, the former captain, 188 ODIs. He was part of that sort of golden generation of Zimbabwean cricket in the 90s that they were really pretty consistent. You think back to that 1999 World Cup team that had such a good run, helped knock England out in the early stages, the likes of Neil Johnson, Murray Goodwin, Alistair Campbell, Heath Streak, Paul Strang, Guy Whittle. They were a really organised team, and of course the Flower brothers in there, no better than Andy and Grant. But after what's been a really fallow, difficult period with all of the political upheaval in Zimbabwean cricket, they look on the whole to be moving back in the right direction. They've got a lot of depth. This A side here is a very fine one. Their senior men's side competing very strongly against South African 11 at the moment, and looks like there's a bright future ahead for Zimbabwean cricket.
Yes, definitely. I think they have a good future, a bright future ahead. Since that you talked about the late 90s, the team, that was the strongest Zimbabwean team we've ever seen. And hopefully we'll get there.
Of course, forgot the great Henry Alonga. Do you remember that brilliant hat-trick he took? Likes it to tend to Taibu as well. Oh, we've got number 6, have we? Yes, Sampal Kami's convinced. No appealing from him today, and look at John O'Campbell, he just looks on in disgust. Poor old Tony Munyanga, he fought awfully hard during his 22-ball stay, but he's been tempted into a drive, and this one may even have come off an inside edge. Binod Bandari has another catch, and Kami and KC, they've got 3 apiece.
Yeah, Zimbabwe A, deep trouble. Look at this ball. Yeah, came off the outside edge. Slightly. The ball slightly moved away. In the air it was going in, but after pitching it moved away. That is what deceived the batsman.
Yeah, Might have just held its line, whatever the case. Munyanga's gone for 2. We're going to have a drinks break and a break in play. It's been all Nepal, it's been all Sampal Kami and Karen KC, the stars of the show for the morning. They've got 3 wickets each.
TV मात्र होइन डिश होम यसको स्ट्रिमिङ भिडियो अन डिमान्ड सर्भिसमा हेर्न पाउनुहुन्छ हजारौं घण्टाका कन्टेन्टहरू लोकप्रिय कार्यक्रमहरू एक्सक्लुसिभ सिरिज तथा डिश होम खुशीको कनेक्सन खरुले तपाई जहाँ भए पनि डिश होम गो मार्फत मोबाइलमै बिहेर्नुहोस् डिश होम खुशीको कनेक्सन Strong connection build strong relation. Uninterrupted connection. Uninterrupted learning. Non-stop communication. Non-stop uploading. Non-stop downloading. Faster streaming. Faster gaming. Do whatever you think because this जहाँ भए पनि dish home go मार्फत
Welcome back after the drinks break. That drinks break has come in just the 12th over. The reason for that, we had a pretty long delay to play due to an illness to Roy Kaia, who was dismissed shortly afterwards. I think he might have been struggling a bit with some food poisoning or some kind of a tummy bug. And we'll see Luke Jongwe to the crease, and I'm not sure the number 8 batter would have thought that he would have been in just about an hour after play had begun. And the reason he's there is thanks to some excellent bowling from Sampal Kami and Karen KC. I'm not able to split the 2 spells. They've both been brilliant.
Yes, they both have been very brilliant. And there was an exaggerated lead by the batsman there, Luke. Yeah, they bowled in the right areas from the first ball. Like I said earlier, they've been very disciplined.
They both have got their velocities up to probably something close to as quick as they usually bowl. 12 gone. Will they continue is the question. It's 30 for 6. 31 for 6.
Strong connection build strong relation. Uninterrupted connection. Uninterrupted learning. Non-stop communication. Non-stop uploading. Non-stop downloading. Faster streaming. Faster gaming. Do whatever you think. Because
कुन च्यानल हो यो
यो च्यानल होइन डिश होमको एक्सपिओडी हो
के हेर्न मिल्छ त डिश होम एक्सपिओडीमा यति धेरै कन्टेन्टहरु
Karen KC will continue. He'll go into his 7th over. Right into the almost the reserve light on the tank in terms of petrol for any fast bowler. You tend to not see more than 7 or maybe 8 over spells. This is good captaincy though, isn't it? And it's easy when things are going well to captain well, but also sometimes the simplest decisions are the best. Get your 2 best fast bowlers, give them the new white ball and let them do their magic.
Yes, exactly. I mean, they have done their magic. Both are in 3 wickets each. Especially Karan and Sompal, they complement each other so well.
Yeah, they really do. Maybe Paresh, you as a opening batter, can you explain why they complement each other so well? It's the variations in bounce that the 2 actions provide?
Yeah, while Karan, he tends to hit the deck hard, gets the bounce that he needs, and whereas Sompal Kami, he tends to swing the ball in the air and skids the ball. That is the difference between these two. That is why they complement each other so well.
Yeah, it must be then difficult as a batter to get any sense of timing, any sense of, we spoke about rhythm as a bowler, but also rhythm as a batter, because the deliveries that you're facing from the two ends of the ground with the two new balls, they're coming onto your bat at very different trajectories, different speeds and different angles, and that's why they're such an effective new ball pairing. Don't want to focus on negatives too much, but does it also make you question why yesterday, when it went low total, would you not have just gone with Karen KC and Zompal Kami at the top?
Yeah, I had to talk to Sandeep Lamachani about that. And he said, well, the situation was not good, not well, it was a very low score. And I even said that, why didn't you go with Zompal Kami? He bowled only 3 overs. And he said, it was just to contain, it's not to contain, but to take wickets. That is why he himself came into for 9 consecutive overs.
He's yet to bowl today, as late as the 13th over, but I think one of the great things about any captain, and particularly a young captain like Sandeep Lamachani, is you should learn, you should grow, you should evolve. So as you learn, maybe he'll have looked back and reflected on yesterday and said, well, actually maybe I didn't need to come in so early, maybe I should back my 2 fast bowlers. And also, if you think about the team that he had yesterday, a lot of spinners in the side with the 2 left-arm spinners himself and Dipender Singh Airi. Maybe the team selection wasn't the right one either.
Yes, I think that was the case. That is why Sandeep had to come to bowl from one end, and he had to rotate the bowlers from the other end. Today he's done a very good job giving his fast bowlers. Karan on his 7th over. Zompal already bowled 6. Zimbabwe A 31 for 6 in very deep trouble. I don't mind Dipender Singh Airi being into the attack.
Oh, beautifully bowled. He's still getting it right on the money. As late as the final ball of his 7th over, it's yet another maiden, 3 on the bounce for Karen KC. It's 31.
मात्र होइन डिश होम यसको स्ट्रिमिङ भिडियो अन सर्भिसमा हेर्न पाउनुहुन्छ हजारौं घण्टाका कन्टेन्टहरू, लोकप्रिय कार्यक्रमहरू, एक्सक्लुसिभ सिरिज तथा
deliveries. Should be learning with this.
.22 Zimbabwe A, they are 63 for 6.
रंगीन बनाउनुहोस् आफ्नो जिन्दगी अपोलो पेन्ट्सको साथमा।
सुरक्षित निर्माणको शक्तिशाली आधार एसआर स्टील।
हरेक तिथि हरेक क्षण पञ्चाङ्ग र सूचनाको ताजा संस्करण नेपाली पात्रो विश्वसनीय एप आजै डाउनलोड गर्नुस् है।
Well, Mr. Parish, a worth of 33 runs partnership stage. Really been a big knock, like you can say, when a team is down 30 for 6. And after that, both of these two players came up and they're doing a bit of the repair work. And so far, I think so. They're doing a good job.
Yes, exactly. I mean, 34 runs the partnership till now between Jonathan Campbell and Luke. And still they are going with Sagar Dakal. He hasn't been penetrating anything. So you should, either you should, the reason is they've only used 4 bowlers till now. The 2 strike bowlers and Sandeep and Sagar. So they need to introduce a 5th bowler as well.
Yes, exactly. You can also use your main striker, like if the wickets, they are not coming in. Go with Karan Casey, though, that he has got 3 overs left. Simple Kami got 3 overs left, so it's been a good time here to use them properly. There you go, there you go. It was quite a long time. Mistake made down the wicket in hitting onto the stumps, and at least Sagar has strikes here.
Yeah, this was very cleverly bowled. Saw the batsman come down the track, dropped a bit short, and the batsman didn't have any chance. He went across the line and was completely beaten and bowled. Sagar Dakal, and they've broken the partnership. That is more important.
Yes, Luke, delivery 65%.
रंगीन बनाउनुहोस् आफ्नो जिन्दगी अपोलो पेन्ट्सको साथमा।
आफूलाई मन पर्ने रङ छान्न तपाईले चाहिँ नि वाल जस्तो दुःख गरिरहनु पर्दैन। अपोलो पेन्ट्सको कुनै पनि नजिकको स्टोरमा गएर आफूलाई मन पर्ने रङ छान्नुहोस्।
Oh, I'm here to play cricket. Come down the wicket. Well, that was really a silly shot to play in such kind of circumstances where you've been trying to build up a ship, but it's just like, to me, Bradley Evans, it's just like to me that somebody just woke up and comes and play, I'm going to play cricket.
Yeah, look at this shot. When the partnership was going 34, they have added together. That was a very silly shot. Stances. Bradley Evans comes at number 9, 7 down now. Zimbabwe A for 65. He hit some lusty blows to finish off the yesterday. 2 6s and a 4.
Yes, see if they can go like with this deliveries. Straight away, straight away. They're going upstairs. The chances there when there is a... I don't think so. It was the need of time to take a single at this stage.
Look at Jonathan Campbell's body language. He's completely disrupted.
Well, the replay will surely give us the better picture. By the way, Sun was there in the centre, but the Nepali players could pick up, get on to the ball quickly. From this angle, well made score. They're all celebrating downstairs. There is a screen at the venue where you can watch. Good pick up.
You'll have to go more slow to be precise.
Again, on the up, full near to the stumps, and collected properly. There you go. So they're all celebrating down the venue. That was the best angle we can have here for this run out, and there you go, the big call. He's been run out.
Yeah, and I must say that was a very good glove work by Binod Bhandari to get it on the half volley and get it to the stumps. Beautiful run. Well fielded, Dipendra Singh Airi, the cheetah.
So now Nepal 65 with a loss of 8 wickets.
सुरक्षित निर्माण को शक्तिशाली आधार
हरेक तिथि हरेक क्षण पञ्चाङ्ग र सूचनाको ताजा संस्करण नेपाली पात्रो विश्वसनीय एप आजै डाउनलोड गर्नुस् है।
आफूलाई मनपर्ने रङ छान्न तपाईले चाहिँ नि उहाँले जस्तो दुःख गरिरहनु पर्दैन। अपोलो पेन्ट्सको कुनै पनि नजिकको स्टोरमा गएर आफूलाई मनपर्ने रङ छान्नुहोस्।
अनमोल प्रकृतिको चुनी चुनी बनायो जसले सेन्चुरी मसला नाम दियो शुद्धताले भरिएको छ। स्वादै स्वादले घेरिएको यो सेन्चुरी मसला स्वास्थ्यबाट थरिएको हरेक खानाको स्वाद बढाउँछ। गृहिणीको खुसी दोब्बर छ प्रकृतिको सौगात घरमै पाउँछ।
शुद्धताले भरिएको सेन्चुरी मसला
होइन डिश हो। यसको स्ट्रिमिङ भिडियो अन डिमान्ड सर्भिसमा हेर्न पाउनुहुन्छ हजारौं घण्टाका कन्टेन्टहरू, लोकप्रिय कार्यक्रमहरू, एक्सक्लुसिभ सिरिज तथा मुभिजहरू। डिश होम, खुशीको कनेक्सन।
रंगीन बनाउनुहोस् आफ्नो जिन्दगी अपोलो पेन्ट्सको साथमा।
Catch a free ride now on Gyre, only on the match days during the Nepal vs Zimbabwe A series. If you book a ride on Gyre, Nepal's premium ride-sharing app, you're going to get it for free if you book it to the TU International Cricket Ground to come and watch the game. Deals, they don't get much better than that. Book it only now on Gyre.
Nepal vs Zimbabwe A 50 overs series powered by DAFA News. Before we get going, just like to say thanks and a sincere thanks to all of our commercial partners and our broadcast partners who've made this series possible. That's SkyExchange.net and DAFA News, the two title sponsors, alongside all of the supporting partners: Century Masala, Balio Nepal, Gyre ride sharing app, Subisu, Dishome, ITW of course, and Jalapa Fresh. Alongside our broadcasters, that's Action Sports HD, Fancode and Crick Tracker, alongside the commercial partner, that's Levin Sports. We're going to speak to both captains and we'll also find out who the player of the match is. Only Nepali contenders today because they've been excellent. Going to speak to a fairly disconsolate losing captain today, a side going down to a 9-wicket defeat. It's Tony Munyanga of Zimbabwe. Tony, I'm not going to dress this up. That was as bad a performance as I've probably seen from a Zimbabwe side at any level.
Yeah, really disappointed with the way that we've played today. It wasn't what we wanted to do. The plan didn't really go our way. Obviously, we were supposed to be up for it, but I guess, as a betting group, we didn't put ourselves in a position where we would have scored runs. I thought we just let those bowlers just get through us, and really disappointed with the way that we've played today.
Losing the toss never ideal with 9:30 a.m. starts. I understand that, and a beautiful delivery first ball from Karen KC to take a wicket from the very first ball of the match. But where did it go wrong from there?
I thought we didn't really adjust going forward. We should have went in with a better approach on how we were going to score runs, because I thought everyone was just in a show of just trying to block it out and survive for as long as they can. But at the end of the day, it's all about scoring runs and being able to get off strike and being able to tick the scoreboard as much as we can. But I thought where it really went wrong is just trying to block it out. So I think it's something that we can actually talk about in the changing rooms, and something that we can work on tomorrow prior to our next game. So I think we're going to be in a position where we see some better shots, and better decisions going forward.
Just as there was a bit of a recovery, a 7th wicket partnership between Jongwe and Campbell, a fairly audacious shot from Jongwe, saw him bowled, and then a calamitous run out the next ball. Just everything seemed to go wrong today.
I thought the whole thing was just all form. Like, everyone wasn't up for the game maybe, and really disappointing obviously, but we look forward to bounce back in the next game. It's always there. It's a game of cricket. Sometimes you play bad and sometimes you play well. So I think as a whole group, we look to bounce back and be able to compete again next time.
Tony, I know it's tough. I really appreciate your honesty and fronting up today. Hard luck. We'll see you on Monday for the series decider.
Cheers.
Okay, very disappointed, understandably. That's Tony Manyonga, the captain of Zimbabwe A. Never easy when your side takes a hammering like his one did. We'll have a contrasting set of emotions with Sandeep Lamachani, the captain of Nepal. He's going to come in and join me. He's going to be a delighted man. Sandeep, as good as it gets, bat, ball in the field, everything went just perfectly right.
Yeah, I mean, again, credit goes to the top bowlers who showed that courage today again, Som and Casey. I mean, the way they started and hitting that right length throughout the first inning, and that's one of the hardest part. When you realize the wicket is doing nothing, the ball is not seaming around, then they're just putting it on the right area, right channel, and getting the wickets from there. And that's a sign of a quality bowler when they realize how to get the wickets on wicket like this. So credit goes to both of them.
It was obviously a brilliant toss to win. We shan't discount that, but the pitch was a pretty good one, it looked like to me. How have you bowled out a good-looking side from Zimbabwe for 87?
I quickly realized there's a bit of low bounce in the wicket, and I asked them, both of them, to keep bowling on the 4 to 5 meters area, and then they just put the balls on those areas, and there were a lot of oohs and ahs in from the wicket keepers and slip side. So plenty of things were happening without having any seam on the in the ball, so swing in the ball. So but even like I said before, in conditions like this, when you keep bowling on the right areas, when you find the real length and that 4 or 5 meter length, I think it's brilliant to watch. I personally felt like we were playing in days cricket.
Nice way to look at it. The two changes you made to the team, both had excellent days. Vinod Bandari was superb with the gloves, and then Sunil Damla, first time in the international side for a long time, he batted with what looked like an ever-growing confidence to me.
Yeah, exactly. That's what quality player shows every time. I still believe it was fortunate because Kushal was planned to be opened, and but he had some he was injured and he was out of the field. So because of the time limit, he couldn't bat there. But Sunil he actually grabbed the opportunity with both hands, and I still feel like he should have finished the game. But nevertheless, he actually showed that character, and when we were bowling in the first inning, it never looked like a batting inning for anybody, but the way Asif and Sunil Damla, they both played on the center, I think they completely made it look like a 300 wicket.
Yeah, they really did. Finally, and I'll let you go after this question, but the side is full of promise, but still some inconsistency, and certainly I think this series, the T20 and 50 over series, has shown that. Are you going to put to bed some of those inconsistencies and close out with a win on Monday? Be a pretty big win and a series win over a Test nation.
Yeah, definitely. That's our plan. Unfortunately, we lost it yesterday, but now that was a great learning again. And then coming back to the tournament again with this kind of performance, that's a big boost for everybody. But just want to let everybody know, this tournament is still alive for both teams, and there are plenty of things we have to do again. We have to start from zero again in the next game. So yeah, we'll definitely gonna go with some more plans. Zimbabwe is a pretty good side, but it's just our day today.
Yeah, brilliant day today for you. Congratulations, Sandeep Lamachani. Delighted. We'll see you on Monday.
Thank you.
That's Sandeep Lamachani, the captain of Nepal, rightly a very happy man. So time for the player of the match decision, and first I'd like to call upon my presenter for that player of the match. He is the Senior Superintendent of Nepal Police. It's Mr. Sudeep Giri, who's going to come up and join me. Sudeep, thank you for your work and all of your team's work throughout not just this series, but all of the series that are held here at the wonderful TU International Cricket Ground. Only Nepali contenders really today. Sunil Damla made an excellent 38. Asif Sheikh, 34 not out. It was very difficult for the umpires to split the two bowlers, Sampal Kami and Karen Casey. Sampal Kami took 3 for 16, but the player of the match took a wicket from his very first delivery of the game. It's the folk hero of Nepali cricket. It's Karen Casey. So Karen is going to come up and receive his cheque for 20,000 rupees. That'll be presented by Mr. Sudeep Giri. And he's also going to get a little bit of a gift hamper. This one is coming from the Ramesh Corp. It's the
Boat Sport headset. And look at Karen, you're some man, aren't you? Sharing your prizes with your great pal, Sampal Kami. That's a lovely moment. Lovely to see. You two, I've described you two as thick as thieves. You're basically best mates, aren't you? Stay with me, Karen. Sampal very well bowled today as well. Beautiful stuff from him. You wanted to bring your partner up because you felt that you deserved to share the award.
Yeah, I think we both did well. I think we start well. As always, we did the partnership in bowling, and that's the main thing. We get the wickets.
I know you love playing cricket for Nepal. It's the biggest thing in your life. But Sampal Kami, someone very special to you. You love opening the bowling with him as well.
Yeah, we are doing well. Like we are almost playing 7-8 years together, and we're doing well, and we know each other very well. And we contribute as a player, as a team, and as a best friend. We take care of each other, and that's the best thing we are doing.
It's a lovely way to look at it. You bowled beautifully today. Your rhythm, I know you've had problems with injury over the last 3 or 4 months ago, but your rhythm today was perfect.
Yeah, it's like it's almost 2-3 months. I'm getting injured, and I'm doing well is the best thing right now for me. I think I'm in the future I'm going to do the same thing for my team.
Okay, tell me about Monday. Are you confident? It was such a big win today. Often the other side can bounce back pretty strongly. Are you confident you can take what would be a big historic 2-1 series victory?
As a team, we are doing well. I think everyone is in nice shape. So we are doing well, and I'm very confident we can win this series as well.
Karen, do me one favour. Keep smiling.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
It's the player of the match. He's going to take his cheque for 20,000 rupees, the player of the match trophy, and of course the headset, the Boat Sports headset. That's going to wrap it up for our coverage today. We thank you all for joining us. For me, Andrew Leonard, for all of my co-commentators, for everyone in the Action Sports HD team. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to see you on Monday for the series decider. We'll be live on air from 9:15. Will it be Nepal or will it be Zimbabwe A? You're going to be able to find out live and exclusive for us. Thanks for joining us today. Bye for now.
सेंचुरी मसाला स्वस्थ बटक हरिएको हरेक खानाको स्वाद बढाउँछ गृहिणीको खुसी दोब्बर गराउँछ प्रकृतिको सौगात घरमै पाउँछ
शुद्धताले भरिएको सेन्चुरी मसला
टिभी मात्र होइन डिश हो यसको स्ट्रिमिङ भिडियो अन डिमान्ड सर्भिसमा हेर्न पाउनुहुन्छ हजारौं घण्टाका कन्टेन्टहरू लोकप्रिय